I kept dismissing. I've been stalling and stalling, feel like I
Hi, everyone. We're a little bit of a small crowd here at the Bologna side for now. I think we're going to have some people arriving in maybe 20 minutes or so. However, I wanted to get things started, especially for the people watching from the parallel events, and to just kind of get the day kicked off. So, welcome back, everyone. And a thing that I wanted to, start off with for our second day was to just begin by saying thank you all very much for yesterday. Really interesting conversations. People were very engaged and really were starting to build the kinds of connections that we were looking to put together. So thank you all for that. Thank you guys also in the parallel events for that. And I think what I would like to do to start off today, kind of like we did yesterday, would be to just ask the people who are here to take a few words about what was the big highlight for the first day for them. And as we do that, we have some pictures from day one so that we can see some of the activity that was happening, not just here, but also in the parallel sessions. So if I can start with Alberto here, what was your highlight for the first day?
I was really impressed by the quality of the contents, of course, and mostly by the fact that they were so different from what we're used to, and that means that it's a value, it's a great difference that can make the difference if we join together and if we do synergies together. This is what I bring home from yesterday.
Okay, for me, most impressive was the panel in the morning, because I'm not used to work in agri-tech and ed-tech. So I go out from my comfort zone, and just talking with other people, I discovered that there are a lot of opportunity, and together, also in different fields, we can be different and we can work better together. And then I love to stay again in person. And in the evening, in the dinner, should be great. So this is the real value of the day for me.
I think for me it was the quality of the participants. So everybody I engaged with yesterday or even in the evening, every conversation was a really knowledgeable conversation, either sharing or reflecting on things. And so coming away from any event, if you make one good, meaningful connection that you can follow up with, that's always valuable. But I've probably got about 6 or 7 from yesterday alone, so it's exponentially more valuable. So the quality of the participants and the willingness to engage with everybody.
Hi, I and my wife, we are very thankful for the opportunity to participate in this event. And sorry, my English is not so... Imparando italiano, apprendendo spagnolo e learning English allo stesso tempo è un po' difficile. We are beginning in this world of startup, and we see that this event is very important for learning parlare in italiano. Sì, questa è un'opportunità molto interessante per conoscere tutto questo ecosistema, sì, e tenere più idee, ampliare la visione, e consideriamo che questa è la prima opportunità di tutti siano insieme, sì, perché presenziale questo è molto importante per conoscere le persone, e di questo evento si può iniziare una quantità di opportunità per tutte le persone che siano qui. Per noi è interessante guardare, to see the Union in Europe e Africa. Questo è una cosa che io personalmente non avevo conosciuto e davvero che è moltissimo interessante e grazie mille, thank you for tutte per questa opportunità.
I'll try to recap what you said for the people who don't speak Italian.
Okay,
So,
grazie.
in essence, it was his first time to encounter all of the different ecosystems and especially to see all of the people in the same room together for the first time, kind of really collaborating and getting to know each other and creating those connections were really a great moment for him to learn about what was out there and how to work with those different groups. There was more, but that's kind of the condensed version. All right.
Hello from me. We were looking forward to this event for a really long time, and Joe did a great job. I found the conversations yesterday very engaging, and a lot of knowledge sharing. My brain was ready to explode from all the information, but overall, I'm really happy.
Yes, I think Joseph and the rest of the Pixel team did a great job, a curatorial job in selecting the speakers, great quality. My key takeaways from the last day. I loved the AgriTech session. I'm not so used with this field, so I learned a lot. And one of the things that I also have shared with other colleagues is this perception that although I think I am an open mind and I like to know other worlds, is this perception that still I have some stereotypes concerning African, because I didn't know they were already doing a lot of things in their countries, and this is good. Actually, this is This is a thing that I love to learn yesterday and the last months within our project AfriConEU. Know that they are already doing a lot of things, really high quality things, and that we in Europe we can learn from them. So this is something that I'm enjoying to learn.
Thank you, Joseph. I have to agree with Tanya and Stefano. For me, the AgriTech panel was amazing, especially the Lawrence story, the story that he shared, because myself, I'm from a small town in Portugal where we really rely on agriculture, and I grew up with my parents telling me, you have to get out of here, you have to go to the city, you need to take an academic course, and they don't want us to come back. And now I have many friends that are coming back home and that are trying to do what he's doing, and I'm sure that many Nigerian people are very thankful for Lawrence for what he's doing, and that is what we are trying to share here and encourage with the AfriConEU project and specifically with the International Brokerage Event. So this, for me, it was the highlight of the day.
Hello, everybody. Well, I'm very glad that I could come finally. It was very interesting to meet people from Nigeria or Ghana and also the DPixel team. And I was very surprised in a good way that innovation and blockchain are very at the center of all the topics that could be developed and all the synergies that can be set up between African countries and European countries. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you all for that. I'm now seeing a tide of people coming in. So, thank you all very much for your thoughts about the first day, some of the discussions that we had. I'm sure everyone has kind of the thing that they were able to take away, at least one piece that they were able to bring away from the first day and kind of, have as something they'll bring home with them from this event, and I'm sure all of the people in the parallel events have the same. So for today, I want to go through a quick explanation of what we're going to be doing in very brief, because we'll talk about that in more detail in a few minutes. Obviously, right now, we're in the introductory session. We're kind of getting everyone back in the room and thinking things again. In just a few minutes, we're going to have a set of transversal presentations. So what's going to happen is we're going to have part of the AfriConEU team up here talking about the beginning of our process. Where did we begin in terms of the way that we see the ecosystem, the research that we've done on it, the knowledge that we were beginning with in terms of framing our work. And that's these themes: business and investment, market, digitalization, jobs for the 21st century and employment opportunities, scouting digital entrepreneurs and startups in the African market, and moving toward a common digital market and a connected startup ecosystem. So we'll talk through those presentations. The actual presentation will be 30, 40 minutes. And then we'll talk about how we're going to set up the World Cafe process. The World Cafes are going to happen here in Bologna, but also each of the parallel sessions will have their own World Cafes that they're hosting. And the idea of that activity is, I talk about it as turning the camera around, right? So it's no longer us presenting information to all of the participants, but the participants sharing their knowledge, their experience back with us. That will take about 2 hours, from 11 until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Then we're going to pause for lunch and take a break for an hour, let people kind of think about what they dealt with and what they've talked about during those World Cafes. And then after that lunch at 2 p.m. Bologna time, we are going to move to the presentations of the World Cafe activities. So that's about an hour recapping all of the discussions that happened at those tables. Then finally, we'll have a brief closing presentation. And then the rest of the afternoon is yours. You're free to work, discuss, go through networking. The Beta Match platform will be open for you to book meetings with each other throughout the afternoon. And then that's it. That's the end of the event. So I'll talk about the What's a World Cafe in a minute, because I'm already toward the end of my time. So thank you all very much. We're going to have just maybe a few minutes to set up the presentation, get people oriented here. Like I said, we have a large group that's coming in just now to the space. So we'll set all that up, and we'll be back on in about maybe 5-10 minutes with the presentations of the transversal themes. Thank you all very much, and we'll see you soon. Okay. Everybody? We can bring it back in. Okay. So we're going to start now with the transversal presentation, kind of setting the context and the state of play as we see it as AfriConEU, and providing some background information that we're going to use during the World Cafe sessions. So, Stav, here you are. Here's the clicker. And
just to make sure I know how it works.
There you go.
Okay, great.
All right. Great. All right.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I feel that the we speak in the morning have the hardest job. I look at their beautiful, tired faces and try to get as interested and as engaged as possible. So, work with me. My role is to set the scene for today's discussion. So it means that I will spill over you a lot of facts and quotes and ideas. And so even though there's going to be a lot of information, please feel free to chop in with kind of questions, comments, and kind of say, oh yeah, we completely disagree with that. So my name is Stav Barshani. I'm a director at ATBN, the Africa Technology Business Network. And in the next, 20, 30 minutes, I will share with you a finding from a research we did when we only started AfriConEU. So we did a 6-month research titled State of Play in Africa DHI's Digital Innovation Hub, the case of Ghana, Nigeria, Tanzania, and Uganda. And the goal is just to get inside what is really happening on the ground and kind of put in the room questions, thoughts, provocation that you can later on take for the discussions. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to give you a brief intro about ATBN. I'm going to share with you high-level information about the innovation ecosystem analysis we did in the 4 countries. And then I'm going to talk briefly about the implication for kind of wide-range EU-Africa innovation collaboration. Cool? Great. So this is me, actually like 10 years ago. This is me now. As I said, I'm a director at ATBN. I lived in the UK for almost 5 years. I'm originally from Israel. This is where I'm based now, in Tel Aviv. I co-founded a social innovation center at Haifa University, and I also have my private consultancy. I work in the social impact space over 12 years in the UK, Israel, and across Africa. I'm a university lecturer, both in the Hebrew University. Anyone ever been to Israel? You're most welcome. Yeah. My friend and colleague Eunice. But you are most welcome. So I lecture on subjects of social innovation, impacts social finance, and I have an MPA in international development from LSE. ATBN, so Yunus Baguma Ball here, which you heard from yesterday, is the co-founder of ATBN. We are a social impact organization working to enable inclusive digital transformation in Africa. We have 3 pillars of activity. We are very much focused on gender lens innovation. We ran our own accelerator. We published a book, and we actually co-teach now a gender lens innovation course. Around our innovation ecosystem, kind of what you'll see today, we do research and consultancy, and we also do a lot of events, webinars, both digitally and across Africa and in the UK. This is some of our partners, many of whom sit in this room, and we are very privileged to work with the AfriConEU partners, and we pride ourselves to be able to work with private sectors, public sector, and the social sector. Okay, into our research. So we did a 6-month research in the 4 countries mentioned. Our activities included desk-based research, just going over many reports, 60 interviews, which was much, 4 roundtables, 2 surveys with over 300 participants, and this is the published report. It is still not on the AfriConEU website, but it will be, so you don't have to remember any of the stats I give you, and you can also just go and kind of go more in depth there. This is how it looks. It had 4 themes. Overview of the African digital innovation ecosystem. We did it actually right after COVID, so main question is we asked what was the impact of COVID on these innovation ecosystems. We looked at challenges and opportunities specifically for digital innovation hubs, and then we developed a recommendation. Based on that, we also developed the kind of activities of the African EU. I will only go into 2 of kind of our 4 themes, basically because of time. So, when you want to analyze innovation ecosystem, okay, it's a big task, and we didn't really know where to start. And so we use kind of a well-known ecosystem analysis framework, which takes the country and then look at 6 different factors: markets, policy, finance, infrastructure and support, culture, and human capital. Again, on the 4 chosen countries. So I will briefly go one by one and give you very high-level data on what we found on each one of these factors. So markets. Markets, we basically look at how the digital economy is contributing to the whole economy as a whole, and we look at factors such as affordability, accessibility, technology adaptation, and so on. And basically, we were happy to see that digital markets are definitely growing. Not surprisingly to people in the room, this is being driven by mobile adaptation, but there's definitely still limiting factor, and the digital gaps exist, specifically for women in rural areas. So you can see some of the stats here to the right, and I think interestingly, if you see what's happening in Tanzania, this really kind of shows the gap, right? So 55% of internet penetration in urban areas and only 14% in rural areas. So on the one hand, we can kind of say, okay, this is very disheartening, right? The gap is still extremely big. But on the other hand, if you look at it from an Africa-EU collaboration perspective, I think we can also kind of have a positive twist to it. There is so much growth still to happen, and that has huge potential on number of internet users, entrepreneurs that will join the digital entrepreneur kind of ecosystem. So there's definitely, again, 2 sides to this story. Infrastructure and support. When we look at infrastructure, basically physical, broadband, data, and so on, and support, we look at organizations that are able to help the innovation ecosystem grow. And we saw that there is a gap, and we definitely also saw that addressing that infrastructure gap, particularly in rural area, is definitely high priority, both for public and private actors. And just as an example, mobile operator in the region committed to investing $52 billion in infrastructure until 2025. That also goes to show the huge economic opportunity, right? So we're not doing it only from the kind of goodness of their heart. The other thing that we saw, which I think it's maybe a bit different when we compare it to Europe, is that hubs play a key and central role in the development of the innovation ecosystem, and their number are growing. And so they take much more of a wider role that when we will say, again, I come from Israel, hubs, they train and they're kind of a get-together place. But in the countries we saw that hubs are taking roles such as advocacy or training non-digital businesses to use digital. So much, much wider roles, and their number are growing. Sadly, and I can talk about this today, I mean, a lot. I'm not going to do it now because it's not the subject of the conversation, but they're definitely underfunded. And hubs can be better funded. It's definitely something that, I mean, if we'll get to, it's going to be able to support, we're going to help them support the innovation ecosystem in a much better way. Finance, so, one of the best kind of indicators of how innovation system works and how it's doing. And there is some great insight there. Investment into Africa tech markets continues to grow. And the best kind of indication we have to that is what happened during COVID. So all around the world, recession, investment stopped. The investment into the tech sector in Africa, even in 2020. Okay, that, like the implication for that for any kind of European who wants to collaborate with Africa running tech should be a very positive sign. Obviously, the ticket sizes are still small, right? It's still a very kind of new sector, but, and there's huge differences between the countries, as you can see. But again, we see growth of investment into the sector all along. However, certain key sectors remain underfunded. So you can see here that in Uganda and Nigeria, fintech are the best funded sectors, and in Ghana we see e-health, and in Tanzania we see agriculture technology. And I'm going to talk a bit about that later on, but we see that the people who are driving the decisions of which sector will be funded are obviously mostly investors who are sitting outside the continent. And so actually sectors like EdTech, as we heard yesterday, that have transformational potential to solve challenges on the ground actually remain underfunded. So, I mean, when we talk about collaboration, we should also see how that collaboration leads to investment in more diversified subsectors of technology. Okay? We're in the fourth, policy. In almost each one of the countries we looked at, there is some kind of ICT framework and entrepreneurship policy framework. In some cases, there's also a specific digital innovation framework. So that's kind of the good news. The less good news, in some countries, these policies are actually being hindered with regulation that contrast them. So to give you an example, in 2021, the Ugandan government put a 12% tax on mobile data. So you can see how that will hinder the growth of any kind of digital economy. But talking about the consequences of COVID, we did see that many governments realized, given that during COVID so much of the economic activities went online, that governments are beginning to understand the importance of digital economy. And the consequence for that, for kind of collaboration between the EU, is we expect to see the fruits of more kind of, let's say, progressive and active policies towards digital innovation in the next few years. Culture. When we talk about cultures, we talk generally about the attitudes towards innovation and entrepreneurship, and then specifically issues such as diversity and inclusion. And we see that entrepreneurship is regarded as a positive solution to unemployment. And you can see the stat in Nigeria, 82 considered entrepreneurship to be a good career. And Eunice and I talked about it yesterday, and we said that's really interesting, because in Europe, entrepreneurship many times it's like, you weren't able to get, the very, very stable job in whatever law of finance. And us as a kind of innovation community, I think we should think about how we can harness that more people will not only see entrepreneurship as a good career, but technology and digital entrepreneurship, which is still perceived to be more risky, as a good career path. Not surprisingly, like in any other place around the world, culture and socioeconomic barriers still prevent minorities and specifically women to lead and take part, central part in digital entrepreneurship, digital economy, and this is something that we saw across the board. Lastly, human capital. So there's increasing emphasis on digital skills development. More organizations are kind of aware that digital skills are kind of the next big things, and mainly hubs are doing a lot of the work. Still, in all 4 countries that we talked, they said that the education systems and universities specifically do not prepare their students to actually take a very, let's say, more practical, they don't have the practical tools to enable them to leave university and then take part in the workforce. So how do we train not only on a theoretical level, but kind of on a very technical and practical level is a question that remains to be answered. So, I don't know if you know, but we covered the 6 factors in a kind of high level, kind of to give the high level of what's happening on the ground. And then our research turned and looked of what are the implications to building effective European-Africa partnerships around digital innovation hubs. And these are kind of the opportunities and barriers that we found. We're not going to leave it at that. Towards the end, I'll also share a bit of the recommendations that we found, but we definitely found that there are opportunities. a lot of opportunities around market access in both regions, startups within Africa that see the EU as a potential markets for selling products, and obviously the other way around, a lot around knowledge sharing, and obviously human resources and capital investment. Barriers are deeper than we might kind of expect, and kind of Gus and I were talking about this morning. There is cultural differences, obviously, between the continent, and everyone who wants to do exchange or business should be, very kind of comfortably aware of them and being able to kind of live comfortably within that space. So cultural differences, lack of trust, restrictive policy environment, gaps in skills, infrastructure, and information. I don't know if Joseph mentioned before, but the discussions today will be divided around 4 themes: business and investment, digitalization, scouting enterprises, and towards the common digital markets. So Eunice and I were thinking, okay, how are we going to take all that information and make that relevant for the discussions today? And we're going to share with you some of the ways that we linked our research to the themes of today. So theme 1, business and investment opportunities in the African market. I touched on this before, and you can see it in the quote below in the hub leader from Ghana. A lot of the money that comes from outside the continent and being invested in the continent is driven by what investors perceive that is needed and not what is actually needed. So there is a great potential when we come to collaboration to actually understand the local needs and understand in local product. Second, it's not only about money, it's about what kind of money. And the quote here from the CEO of Impact Investing in Ghana kind of really nicely puts it out there. She says, we're missing catalytic capital. What is catalytic capital? It's the kind of finance that doesn't only look at an entrepreneur or to do the unicorn. It's actually the money that is much more risk-taking, patient, that looks to build ecosystem as a whole. And that's the kind of money that is needed for the ecosystem, the tech ecosystem, to kind of grow. And we talked about, we touched about it a bit with the barriers in the collaborations. We still see that the majority of funding that goes in the continent still goes to expats, white men, founders, which signals to European or Western investors kind of de-risking. And there is such an opportunity to be able to invest in local founders who actually, by the way, understand the local needs. So when you discuss today in your table the business and investment opportunities, please keep those 3 points in mind: the local, investing in local needs, diversifying the kind of investment that goes in, the need of catalytic, and investing in local founders. Second theme: digitalization, job for the 21st century, and employment opportunity. So I think there's a tension there that's definitely worth our attention, our discussion. On the one hand, there's a young and growing populations across Africa, many of which have a potential to take part in the digital economy. And so, so Europe will be able, and we saw this in Eunice's presentation yesterday about Ishango, able to have access to top talent, but there's still a lot of need to do upskilling. And this is something when you think about joint programs or collaboration, we should definitely think about. Third, scouting digital entrepreneurs and startups in the African market. And this is very clear to all of our hubs partners in the room. Hubs are the go-to place to find new talent and enterprises. And coming from Europe to the continent is definitely something that we should keep in mind. And for the last theme, also the last slide, towards the common digital market and connected startup ecosystem. So I told you we did a few surveys, and one of our questions was, have you ever been part of any European Africa networking or partnership development activity? I should say we surveyed, that's also true for who we interviewed and who we talked to, local entrepreneurs, hub leaders, investors, policymakers. And as you can see, on a whole, most of the people we interviewed said they don't have such partnership in place. So that just goes to show the potential of partnership between the two continents. And I said we're not going to only leave with opportunities and barriers for collaboration. I would like to share with you what a report kind of state as recommendation to foster these collaboration in a much more effective way. So first, deeply examine power, trust, and cultural differences. We need to feel comfortable to do that, even in our discussions today. Second, to generate information on market needs and opportunities that are relevant for both regions. This is not only, EU towards Africa, but it's also Africa towards EU. Third, facilitate networking and knowledge sharing based on mutually beneficial goals. Us and AfriConEU, we really hope that this is what this event is. Networking and sharing knowledge. Advocate for supportive policies. And this is a point I was trying to get across the entire presentation, but let me just emphasize this one more time. It's not only about another investment or developing another product, especially for those who come from more social impact and a development perspective. This is about building sustainable, long-lasting innovation tech ecosystems. And for that, we need government and we need supportive policies. So any collaboration should also think about how we kind of enhance relationship with governments and local authorities and not hinder them. And lastly, take into consideration infrastructures and skill gaps and support actors to navigate these challenges. Okay, I think it was a lot in any hour of the day, especially in the morning. I really want to thank you for the attention. This is all of our details and ATBN. Yunus and I are here today and tomorrow and happy to chat also later. As I said, the research will be available, and I hope that this gave you some kind of big insights and maybe small anecdotes to bring later on to the discussions today. So thank you very much. Filipina. So happy to some questions, and then I'm very happy to invite Filipina to kind of share her local perspective to everything that was kind of mentioned. But yes, Albert.
Yes.
Hi, Albert.
Yeah. So start 5 years ago, I think you gave some presentation like this in the UK. And again, you mentioned that I remember very clearly that the number of female participation in tech was under 20% across these countries. And today your presentation is still under 20%.
Actually, I think the stats that we found were higher. And I was about to say it, but I didn't, that even though the stats are low, if I'm not mistaken, they're still higher in Africa than in other regions across the world, which is interesting. So we still have a place to go, but actually Africa is, in that way, I mean, sad, because I think it also shows that women in tech are just doing bad across the board, but Africa is actually an example to look forward to. But yes, sorry. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that. So I'm going to let Yunus answer that, given that it's, she wrote a whole thesis on the subject. Thank you, Albert, for the question.
Thanks, Albert. No, I think Stav is referring to, I did research into gender barriers for female digital entrepreneurs. I did my case study on Uganda. And I think there's a few factors. So one, I think funny enough, the biggest factors are cultural factors, right? So this idea that, and Sav alluded to that a bit when she was talking about also that the people that are invested in tech look a certain way, and it may not only be a gender thing, it's also like education. If they're local, then they usually have been like educated abroad. There's a certain like profile, and the profile usually that like the typical African women don't necessarily fit that profile. So as much as maybe we are seeing a bit of a rise in the participation numbers, I think some of the best numbers we can get are from people like VC for Africa, who have something like 15,000 startups. Like those are, but still that's a tiny fraction of sort of the startups and entrepreneurs on the continent. But I think their numbers are the ones we can probably rely on the most, because it's from so many countries across the country, and they have such huge numbers. So maybe we are seeing an increase in the participation, but the numbers on the amount of investment is really low. And I can't remember that off the top of my head, but if you follow the guys of Big Deal Africa, Maxim Bayan, and they recently tagged me in something, again showing how dire the amount of investment is. And with digital entrepreneurship, that investment is critical, particularly in Africa where there's infrastructure gaps. A lot of the time you have startups that are building the rails on which they have to sort of build. So like the investment becomes critical, and particularly, like Stav said, catalytic investment that understands that's patient, that's willing to also invest in developing the infrastructure and stuff. So the cultural factors are there. The bias in investment, and I think those things are not easy to solve in a day. I think the activity also sort of follows the money, and until we sort of crack the money thing, I really don't think we're going to see a lot. We are seeing much more, I think, success from female entrepreneurs in other sectors, not in the typical. I think this is okay. Sorry to go a bit too deep, but I think there's also like the definition of what's a startup or a digital, enterprise is changing, because there are women running businesses that are not typically tech startups, but they're using digital technologies for digital marketing or reaching their clients or selling products, etc. And I think that's where we're seeing much more of the participation coming in, not where we see like most of the money is going to fintech, and it's all like the Flutter Waves of this world and the APIs and sort of that space. You're not seeing a lot of female representation, but there's women who are growing and scaling their e-commerce businesses, hospitality businesses, leveraging digital technologies. So I think because we have these dichotomies that are like very distinct, we'll always see skewed numbers, but I think that's why it's important to have these discussions to understand. For me, the whole point is, where is the opportunity? Where is the opportunity for investing in women? I think if we want to see women succeed in digital tech, in the digital tech space, I think the battle of trying to get more women into fintech or building fintech startups or invest even more women in that space, I think the battlefield should be taking digital technologies towards the businesses that women are running now and supporting them to scale and grow their businesses using digital technologies. That's what I think. I think that's where we need to move to. And I think a lot of the numbers we look at often are looking at the other side. So maybe they're not really giving the full picture. That was a really long answer. I do apologize.
But because there's a lot of DHIs in the room, I think maybe, this is just when Yunus was talking, I thought about it. Maybe we need to change the discourse of what success looks like. And I think that's, as trainers, because a lot of us, we do training, right? So if the success is an exit, by $100 million in fintech, that's not a success. If it's about a local product that answers local need of, of a specific segment of the population, which, has a sustainable business model, for example, that should be, that should be a success. So I think it's our responsibility to change, not only to give tools and money, but also to change the narratives. That will be my, yeah.
One question, your reference to entrepreneurship being your reference to entrepreneurship being a viable or perceived as a viable career alternative. At what point do you think that becomes something which becomes policy? Maybe now, I only ask that because because there's often this kind of parallel universe we operate in. We talk about startups and potential, but we're also facing day-to-day reality. I went to Barbados last year, and I got sick, and I went to hospital, and I was stunned that the whole hospital, that there was a Ghanaian nurse from Kumasi in Barbados. Then I looked around, and everyone was Ghanaian. And what I realized is that the Ghanaian government is now exporting workers to Barbados, and this is probably the start. And I thought, they're exporting to economic opportunity. Like, there's a reality that people need jobs. And I wonder, at what point do we move from entrepreneurship being something exciting and obviously quite novel, but to actually government policy to support large-scale adoption of entrepreneurship as a realistic kind of option? I reckon I run a business, but I'm also educated. Like, I've de-risked it. Not through my own choosing, family, you know, pressure, etc. So I wonder how far away are we from that?
I mean, yeah. Yeah.
Gideon's hiding.
How far away are we from seeing governments, creating policies where the pathway to entrepreneurship is seen, is supported at a policy level for young people in Africa?
Probably very far. Because I think that even though now there are some talks, but from my perspective, even though there are some talks, especially in Africa, almost everywhere, but I think they continue to remain political talks. And so, I remember that I was with one Minister of State, and then he made a presentation in Germany about their entrepreneurship policy that they are developing. And during the lunch break, I sat with him on the same table, and I thought that, okay, this is somebody that is interested in entrepreneurship. And he mentioned to me, he was trying to whisper, Gideon, I don't believe these things that the young ones are doing. And so I was kind of wondering, this is the man that made a presentation on supporting entrepreneurship on the African continent and telling me that he doesn't believe in this. And so, yes, politically, they seem to be talking about it, but we are not seeing it practically in the economy because they don't really believe it. But, they want the popular support of the people, that they are doing something for the youth. And then after voting them in power, really, they don't care. That's what I see. Okay, there's another question.
But I want
So Eunice, you pushed me to be the one to say it.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Yeah, so I'm leader of industry in Accra, so I probably have more perspective about this because I represent industry in government committees and boards to make policy in favor of business and entrepreneurship.
You're the person to talk to.
Yes. So my first observation is that most of the policymakers or politicians actually mean well. They mean well in promoting entrepreneurship, but they don't know how, and their ego will not allow them to learn how to do it. So they just pretend to be helping and saying the right things, but it's really speech, as he said, it's just words. But in substance, they are unable to feel what a typical entrepreneur feels in order to provide the help they need. So how we have dealt with it in most times is to take over the policy meetings. So I can assure you that most of the laws in favor of businesses and entrepreneurship, you see, we draft it. We draft it and do everything, and they pass it, but they don't know about it. They just pass it, and once it sounds great, like one district, one factory, we did everything. Yeah. The challenge, however, with all of this is, when it gets to implementation, they are not committed as much, because it's not from them anyway. So you have to really get to that stage where you have entrepreneurs also being in government. Or a blend of things. And also, there has to be ways to depoliticize the countries. Because the countries are too political, as if that's all there is. And people kill for it. So everything else is secondary. Entrepreneurship, they don't get it. So, in a nutshell, it's a struggle which is continuing, it's ongoing. But at the end of the day, those of us in business too must offer ourselves to be part of policy discussions and the policy making process. It helps a lot. I thank you.
Well, I would love to. I just love that. So first of all, I love your comment about the politician mean well, because, you probably don't follow, but we had elections in Israel 2 days ago, and it's a complete catastrophe. So hopefully they mean well. I'm not sure. But I think what you kind of, and I think, you know, you made a really good point around the need for private-public partnership, not only in our institutional level, but also as, you know, initiative from people who work in the private sector, kind of be willing to get their hands dirty into policy. And I'd like maybe to offer just a few insights and relating back to your questions from the Israel experience. So, which has, you know, in many ways very, very different, but Israel was a relatively poor country until the 80s, very much agriculturally based. And today we are like a tech, we are considered a startup nation, right? We're kind of one of the richest countries in the world, also very, I mean, unequal, but it's completely based on tech, right? Like we don't have natural resources and nothing. And when, you know, when Albert, you talk, what I thought about, you know, it takes a village. Because when you look at how the Israeli tech ecosystem came about, it had three kind of main components. And, you know, one is private sector and entrepreneurs. You need a mind, for sure. And they were supported by very well education institutions. But there was private people who wanted to make wealth, for sure. That's one thing. The other things, we had foreign money. Some of it was philanthropy money by, we're a Jewish country, so Jewish American money, but it was philanthropy that they kind of invested, not because they wanted profit, but because they wanted to develop the economy. And third, there were policy. And if you'll go and read about what Israel did from a government, you know, level, and she actually took a lot of the risks in terms of innovation, that really kind of developed the ecosystem. And I think, going back to your point, maybe one of the things that governments need to understand is that you invest now and you gain later. So, I mean, and that's true for private sector, but that's also true for public sector. You get a lot of taxes from, you become a very rich country or even cities when you invest, but it takes time. This is what we kind of talk about, the need to develop an ecosystem as a whole. So I think that's, you know, that's another argument that should be made.
Okay, so one of the things you have to understand is this. The political cycle in most countries in Africa, for example, is 4 years or 5 years. So when a politician comes to power, the whole argument about it takes time is not part of their dictionary. For them, it's the 4 years, the next elections. So you really have to understand what they think. So that if you think that they are the one going to be championing a project for 10 years, no, you are talking to the wrong guy. No. Unless it is a short term that everybody can see the result, and that result will translate into vote for them. So what I say is that I talk about depoliticizing the countries. What I mean is separating some of these heavy infrastructure and policy activities from day-to-day politicking of the countries. If you're able to separate them, it's easier. That's why sometimes I like the donor community and the development partners and all of that. But unfortunately also, when they come, they also go to government. And then government tells them how they want it to happen. But deep down the heart of government is their politics, 4 years election that they are thinking about. You know, so like in my IT firm, there are projects that we can easily do, but when the donor partners come, they go to government, and government gives to their friends abroad, and then they outsource it to us. So we still do the work. They won't deal with us directly, unfortunately. So it's a whole mashup system. Depoliticizing is the way forward. And also we in the ecosystem taking the leadership to them. Like we just had a new law on the company law. A lot of, yes, we were part of it. It took us about 6 years to do that, but we pushed to the end. And now it's a law.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And in the implementation, we know they don't care. So we are still making sure that we implement it. If you go to a government house, they frustrate you, we show you the law. This is the law, please, implement it. You know, so we are getting the result through the hard way. Thank you.
Activism, thank you.
I would like to comment on this, Shana, and I know we discussed it yesterday. So good morning, everyone.
Well, I will respond from the perspective of like the donor community in the UN. And so for us, we receive this feedback quite often. But what we say first is, at least for us, we work in 10 markets, so very different. And even the approach of each government is different as well. Some governments, of course, they put the digital transformation at the heart of their policies, while others have other priorities, which is fine, and it happens because, you know, the development strategy is different. But from our end, I mean, we need to go through government partners because from our perspective, they are also the ones who can ensure a more systemic change and a more sustainable change. While, you know, our work in ITC, we work together, so we intervene, of course, at the company level. I mean, we work directly with startups, etc. But for us, we don't want it to be one shot. Our projects usually are 4 years. So if we do all the great things, you know, supporting startups, co-sponsoring them for big trade fairs, etc., and then we go, it will be just for 4 years. However, when we embed our methodology or our work in an organization that is directed into the government, we ensure a sort of perennity, sustainability, and that's why. The second thing is that from a very macro perspective, let's say, in the last also in the last years, I would say, some organizations also get criticism. International organization, we get, yeah, you guys, you go to countries, you start working like that, etc. So we also need, for us, I mean, the governments are partners to implement projects, but this does not mean they're our sole point of contact. So we also work with chambers of commerce, representing the private sector, sector association, for as well as the tech association, but it can be also the fintech association, like in Uganda, for example. So, I mean, I understand the frustration, but know that us, we cannot go and work in silos as well, just alone now.
Can I say something to what she just said? So you're saying it's not just the governments you go to, like how he put it, but you go to the organizations and associations as well. Unfortunately, the heads of these associations or organizations, in most cases, they are chosen by political leaders, or they are in some way associated to politics. So it's all just a huge big circle. It all goes back to the government. That's how I see it, and that's exactly what he was talking about.
But what would you suggest as a solution? I mean, us, we are open to hear.
The project you are working on now, where your colleague is running in Ghana, the reason why it's so successful is because you came to us directly in business, in the technology community, directly. In fact, the government institution you brought on board, GEPA, they never show up. They will come 10 minutes and then they go. They drink the tea and they go. We are the ones who are doing the work, and you see the result. So somehow, if you have the courage to explain to government that we intend to deal with private sector or the technology community directly, they will respect you. Even though they just want to be seen being the one taking the credit for the good work. That's all. So it's okay. You can allow them to come and make political statements. Look at the African Union Continental Free Trade. This agreement has been signed for like 2 years now. What happens is presidents and ministers of trade and industry sit in a room, nice like this, and exchange a lot of grammar and English. And then they go, nothing happens. It took us in the private sector and said, no, you guys can't continue to be speaking. You need to allow us to take charge. It's only when we got involved that we begin to see results. So when government is the one in charge, it is just a waste of everybody's time. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I think our goal was established. We started the discussion. So, you know, I'm going to almost end with this. I have to put my academic hat on and say that if you're, I mean, I'm sure many of you maybe know this, but if you're interested in more kind of both theoretical but also tool of how to do this collaboration, private, public, and around innovation, I would really recommend to look at Mazzucato's writing. She has an institution in UCL University in London called Innovation for Public Purpose, and she has amazing kind of frameworks and thinking around how government should be the one pushing innovation, not only policies but actually investments that are more targeting public purpose. So it's called IIPP, and I would really, really, really recommend her writings. With that, thank you so much for your questions and honest opinions. And yeah, we'll see you in the World Cafes.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Not for the microphone. Okay. So, we can move to the next set of slides, Niccolo. All right. So, where we're at, we've got about 5-6 minutes before we start the World Cafes. Next set. Oh. No. The slides. Okay. Okay. Okay, we have just a few minutes before we start the World Cafes. I want to kind of run through some logistics and address some changes that have happened in terms of how we're structuring things. So, when we start the World Cafes, we'll go to the other side of the space. Nope. Numero 3. Okay. So when we start the World Cafes, we'll move to the other side of the space. We've had a change in the number of tables just because we have only a limited number here in Bologna. So we'll have 4 tables working in parallel. And we'll work with 1 per theme at that point. And how the World Cafes will work is what will happen is it's a 2-hour guided presentation. The idea is to have people kind of have a relaxed conversation around the topics that we talk about, like you're in a cafe. And technical issues. I managed to avoid them all day yesterday. So the idea is that you're going to have a casual conversation like you're sitting around a cafe, talking with people about the major topics that have happened. We have facilitators at the table to help kind of steer and guide those conversations. And each of the tables is going to have a different theme. So either business and investment opportunities, jobs for the 21st century, scouting digital entrepreneurs, or toward a common digital market. Okay, this works. And each table is going to be half an hour. So you'll start at one table, and then I'm going to ask you after that half an hour to move to the next table. Then after that half an hour, move to the next. After that half an hour, move to the next. At the first table, we'll go over some ground rules, how the process will run, how things will be organized. And then at the last table, we're going to ask you to reflect on what you've been doing after the conversation. Reflect on what you've been doing and write yourself a postcard 6 months in the future, right? And tell yourself what you want to remember, who you want to stay in touch with, and what you want to have done by the time you receive that postcard. And you can kind of use that as a way to check on yourself. And yeah, our goals from this as AfriConEU, and I think for the tables, are to pull out potential collaborations. So if you talk to somebody and you say, hey, we could work on this together, this is a way we can connect, fantastic. Major themes, so any kind of big picture ideas, big picture thinking that you can pull out, that's very helpful as well. And then this is a key thing, challenges for us to work on. Next summer, we're going to have a cycle of design thinking workshops, which are going to be hackathon style events. And we really want to take away from these World Cafes really interesting questions to pose at those hackathons. So we're going to have them at the African DIHs that are part of our consortium, and we're actually going to have the members of the community directly collaborate on how to resolve some of these issues that we see come out of these world cafes today. So that's another major thing that we want to pull out of this. And I believe that should cover most of the things about the World Cafe. Oh, last point, after we finish, it'll be 1 o'clock, so we'll all go to lunch. And then after the lunch break, we'll have a recap of what was said at the different tables by the facilitators from here in Bologna, and also all of the facilitators at our parallel events. And with that, we'll close the stream right now. We'll start to move over to the World Cafe side of things, and we'll be ready to go presently. So thank you all very much, and here we go. All right. to Ghana. I don't know, PQR, okay. Nigeria, Tanzania, and then Uganda. And yeah, so that's the way I want to put that together. I was managing to follow a little bit of what was going on in the conversations, and it sounded like they were really interesting discussions. I'm already hearing about good connections that were made and things like that. So I'm really looking forward to hearing from all of the different spaces in terms of what happened at the table, how these things went. Just as a quick recap, each of the different table facilitators will have a short period of time, 2-3 minutes, to go over what happened at the table, talk about their topic, and then present any key information, any key feedback that they have. So, that said, I'll pass to whoever wants to go first from here in Bologna. Tanya? Okay. All right. So, thank you. Here's Tanya.
It will be the two of us.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Hello. Great. I love a round of applause before we've spoken. So thank you very much. Round of applause. Just bow and go. Yeah, our discussion points were around business and investment opportunities within the African market. I think as an overview, the discussion was, I guess, shaped by where you sit, so your perspective, and ultimately whether you are on the ground in Africa doing work, or whether you are a diasporan, or whether you are just an interested party. Depending on that stance, ultimately shaped the opinions and what we took from the conversation. There were kind of 4 key questions, and I love how colorful everything looks here. And the first question we tackled was really about what are investors really looking for? Now, I guess that's a simple question in the sense of, if we strictly look at what an investor looks for, it's ultimately returns. Now, we could have put one post-it down and simply left it, but this was a discussion, so we did discuss. So we looked at it, it was multifaceted. Ultimately, there was returns. You know, key performance indicators need to be established. People want their capital returned, and I think that is across both the African market, but any market on planet Earth, the rules of capital. There was also impact. We're probably all aware that there are a number of impact investors. Stav's not in the audience right now, so she'd talk about measurement, but I'm going to talk at Eunice because she works with Stav. So the importance of impact investors. We also pinpointed, I call it feeling, but we could probably better define it as give back, that some investors the return they are looking for is perhaps a feeling of having a contribution of some sort. This is, I guess, a very diasporic kind of feeling. There were new trends. We looked at kind of mobile money, how mobile money has, and the banking system across the continent in a lot of nations has skipped the steps perhaps in Europe. So an opportunity to look at new trends, new future ways of doing things. The last one was growth, and finally stability. So ultimately the belief that if you are going to invest, that whatever return you are looking for is underpinned by some sort of law or at least clear legal framework. I know a lot of people have talked about startup acts across several African nations. So yeah, those were kind of what we took from the first question. The second question we tackled was about mindset and perception, and we thought this was a really interesting topic to look at, because perception ultimately rules our lives. Branding, the value we see in things, and the perception that could prevent perhaps investors and businesses working in Africa. Firstly, we looked at language, so linguistic issues. Our friend from Cameroon last night gave me a whole mini presentation about the linguistic challenges in Cameroon and also Equatorial Guinea as well. So it was fascinating to hear that. I think something that links to the last point was trust. This came up across all questions. Tanya, I don't want to steal your thunder here. But trust was a big thing that came up across everything. And talking to Anthony in the lunch line, I said, trust is hard to define, but we know what looks and sounds untrustworthy. It's a bit like those YouTube adverts where someone says, give me 5 minutes, I'm going to make you $1 million. That comes across as inherently untrustworthy. But it was hard to define what cultivates trust. And I think I used the example of, I think I asked someone from Ghana, I think it was, where is our roving ambassador? Ambassadors, sorry, yeah. These are the 2 gentlemen at the back about in Ghana. If you were to go to Ghana, what would make you seem credible and trustworthy? And when we ask that question, wherever we're from, we uncover a whole host of cultural and linguistic and historical things you need to do in order to come across as trustworthy. But trust was an issue about perception, also about value, that we're seeing a lot of the perception of investment in Africa and also doing business. There was an issue about value but also cheapness. We're seeing a lot of companies doing outsourcing to the continent. And I can't remember who said this. Who said that? Who said this? Someone said that, you know, you can hire a developer in Africa perhaps for 80% less than perhaps you pay in Europe. Now with that, we need to balance the need for value because you don't just want to come across as cheap. There's also issues around legal, so the perception of legality being uncertain on the continent. We're all aware of this because I'm sure we've all watched the various news channels. And also competence, the perception of a lack of competence in specific industries. Like some things just don't happen or aren't done in Africa. So yeah, it was an interesting conversation point around what are the perception, and ultimately perception does rule our lives. I'm now going to pass over to Tanya, who's going to tackle the third question we looked at.
Yes, so the third question that we tackled in this session was, how can we engage the diaspora to support their own countries? So this is a question that we have already explored yesterday, if you remembered. And this was, I think, one of the most challenging questions from our table. And again, the trust is something that appears in this area as well. Because concerning this question, there is a challenge that relates to the fear of the unknown. Well, although we think diaspora knows their own countries, they still not know so well as locals do the conditions of their countries, what are the exact resources in their local areas. So this is a big challenge for them. And what kind of things can we do to tackle this challenge? Some ideas shared was a platform to share success stories. They mentioned also that is critical to have easy, clear to understand investment opportunities and processes. It would be also cool to have some regulation from the governments. Also something that would be good to have is, or to stimulate more this, is to meet the diaspora wishes with the local needs. And maybe this could be achieved through events or some other networking activities. They also mentioned this lobbying issue, so the diaspora, it would be good to have a channel through which the diaspora could connect with the government and somehow influence some regulation, some laws. And that's it, mostly for this question 3. The fourth question, I think, somehow sums the discussion in this table. With this question, we explore what concrete processes can connect investors and African business. And this question can be summarized in networking activities, some demonstration activities, again sharing success stories. Some cool ideas are Shark Tank in Africa. Some of the participants shared this idea of digital directory, connecting venture capital with the investors, involved academia in this process. There is a perception that the academia should be involved in this to connect the industry with the investors. And well, I think, and again, the trust again appearing.
Thank you.
Next table.
So thank you, Joseph. I will try to be quick, but first of all, thank you all for contributing to our table. Also my colleagues that helped me facilitate it, Catarina Reis and Catarina Silva from PBS. Our table focused on digitalization, jobs for the 21st century, and employment opportunities. So the first one that we basically throw at you was like, what will be the skills and the jobs of the 21st century? And of course, you said innovation, technology, robotics, AI. But will the jobs from the future be really that different from what we have now? And basically we came to the conclusion that no, they will be much more evoluted, let's say, in terms of technology, and we will not be doing something that we are doing now, but we will do the same jobs. But how we will differentiate? It's through skills, okay? So we really need to invest in the future skills. What will be valued in the future? And we came to the conclusion that will be flexibility, digital adaptability, problem solving. This would be skills that will differentiate people in the job market. Okay, now that we have this sorted out, how can we attract and retain African talent? And well, the consensual answer was, well, pay, of course. But other than that, we need to create non-hostile environments to stop the brain drains that we are seeing right now. We need to invest a lot in many talents because some of them will go abroad. This also happens in Europe. So try to capacitate as many people as possible. But another discussion was that maybe it's better and easier to attract people than to retain them. But how do we attract people to go to Africa? So some suggestions was we need to create opportunities like visas for the digital nomads, we need to create tax and financial benefits, reduce the bureaucracy, and capitalize everything that you have to offer. So these were some of the things that you said. But again, okay, we need to invest and create and have many talents in Africa. How can we create and implement these models in Africa? It was our third question. And it was also consensual. We need to start this from the beginning. So the young generation, we need to involve them at an early stage. We need to create specific programs for them. We need to incorporate them into academia, and academia really integrated with industry. A very important thing that at the beginning I was disagreeing, but it's the mind shift of the older generation. And I'm going to share a story that Filipina shared in our group that was, she was having a course for young women into code. But her parents were like, no, women are not for coding. My daughter will not attend that course. So she thought, okay, I need to create a strategy to change the behavior and the mind of the parents. And she was able to do it. She arranged female teachers so that the parents could see, okay, my daughter one day can be this person that knows how to code and she can be at STEM. Finally, the third key takeaway of how can we create these models and implement them in Africa was that we really need to change the focus of the academic programs. So we need to stop formatting people to be employees and start formatting people to be entrepreneurs, okay? This is something that we are also facing in Europe, but we really need to start pushing it in both continents, actually. And last but not least, we wanted to hear your takeaways about not only the young people, but how can we bring women and create equal opportunities in the job market for everyone? And, well, the answer is co-creation, of course. We need to have women and young people center design approaches, strategies, so that we can meet their needs. And of course, we also need to show what opportunities there is. We need to be transparent, show the data and the success stories, and provide them with a safe environment to grow and to learn. We discussed many more things. I'm sorry if I missed some important information, but it was 2 hours full of good discussion. And well, thank you all, and that's it.
Thank you very much. Except we have Magda coming. And we're going to have Yep, there you go. We're going to have Magda and then Eunice, and then we are going to then move over to the partners coming in from Ghana. So get ready, Ghana.
Hello, everyone. So in my table, we discussed scouting digital entrepreneurs and startups in the African market. I'm going to start with sharing the, the definition one of the groups gave to scouting because it was not clear to everybody. So they defined it as enrolling entrepreneurial talent to provide benefits to engage more enterprises. So this is how people defined the conversation. It went a lot of ways. The first question we tackled was where can we best find digital entrepreneurs in African ecosystems? So the conversation started by mentioning the areas where people who are entrepreneurs already work and where there's a need for them, which is education, health, fintech. Later, it was added that I think social entrepreneurship is a different field that should be added to that answer. Then an interesting point that came up was the transcontinental. There is in Latin America apparently there are people who are working for Africa. So that's the transcontinental component that we're looking to create in Africa. And so I found that very interesting. That there's an interest in that. And where else? Other answers included tools that people use to find such as what's currently very popular in some African countries, and based on people's specialties and professions, like I don't know, software engineers, etc. That's where you go to find talent, entrepreneurs. And networking came up as one of the answers, like people word of mouth, people talk to each other when they are on the look and they're in the same industry. So the conversation that continued with the second question, that what challenges prevent scouting African startups and entrepreneurs? So this was a bigger conversation. A lot of things came up to that, and a lot of interesting discussions about the cultural differences that obviously exist within Africa, even between African countries, that me as an outsider found very interesting. In particular, there are linguistic differences between African states, so that makes things more complicated. There is also differences, obviously, between Africa and Europe. There is one point that was made was that there was some resentment, let's say, from the past, from the colonial past, which makes people skeptical. Skepticism came up a lot, and lack of trust came up a lot. Lack of commitment by startups was another point that was made. So all of these things make it challenging for scouting. Then the conversation continued with tackling the third question, which is what do innovators gain? I'm sorry, I don't remember all of them by heart. What do innovators look to gain from scouting processes? So when they're being scouted, what can they gain from that process? So some of the things that, some of the answers were that they, new technologies, they learn about new technologies, but they also learn about skills that are in demand when they're being scouted. There's value contamination. That's an interesting term that was used, that apparently was created in Silicon Valley. And innovators can gain that through scouting process. And then they can make their products known. There is business, they create business partnerships, and they become visible, and they can get hired, obviously, through scouting processes. And the last question concerned the tools that can be used for scouting. And that was an interesting conversation because it sparked both conceptual and practical answers. So we talked about already existing platforms that can be reused as a tool for scouting. also the need to take advantage of already existing European enterprises, like AfriConEU is part of what we're doing right now is part of a bigger EU funding program, and there are already things that have been built, so there's a need to continue that so that we can we can sustain what we create. Then there was a conversation about using hackathons as tools because you spark the interest inside a university, for example, and then sometimes you get to get the talent from there, from teams that are created there. And I think the last point that was made, when we talked about education, there is a need to assess the value proposition of sustainability. So it creates bigger conversations about creating a link between education and the professional world, and how do you connect the two so you find your talent, and how do you use tools that do not only have monetary returns, but it can actually help you scout the right people for the jobs. I'm sorry if I didn't, I think I touched upon all the most important points. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Magda. And now for Eunice.
So, I think listening to other presentations, a lot of what we touched on as well sort of echoes some of the points already made. So our group was looking at the theme of towards a common digital and startup ecosystem between Europe and Africa. And the first question we were asked was, what key features should exist in a common market and connected ecosystem? So we use this as an opportunity to paint the vision. One, we have this connected digital ecosystem, startup ecosystem between Europe and Africa. What would it look like? Some of the things that we would expect to see. And we had sort of three themes around this. One was information being readily available, people being aware of that information, people knowing who is who are the actors, and knowing where to find this information. The other thing we saw was there will be people, there will be relationships, particularly there will be people we call like super connectors, people who have the relationships between both sides, who are going in between, that are helping to and are facilitating these relationships and building this community. And third, we will see like the infrastructure in terms of policy, in terms of government institutions that are facilitating investments and trade and knowledge exchange. And we'd also see freedom of movement, like we would see between this common ecosystem and digital innovation market, people moving between the ecosystems and sharing knowledge and moving innovations across. We also thought about what would the outcomes be. And we said we would see new innovative products. So as a result of this knowledge exchange, exposure, we would start to see new innovations. When we see European innovations or ideas meeting local needs or local African startups coming into Europe, they would transform, and we could actually spark, because of these connections, new innovative products. We'd also see common policies, we'd see talent flowing, and we'd see more investment flowing, and we'd see success stories. And I love that we started with that question, because then the next question was, what are the key barriers? And it was good that we started with where we want to go and the things that we want to see happening and sort of this vision. And then it was now about what is stopping us getting there? What are some of the barriers? And I thought that was a really nice way to sort of go it, rather than starting from barriers and then, and it was a lot of it, like somebody said, it's flipping the things that we had before. So where we were saying information is available, the barriers were lack of information, information gaps. Freedom of movement, here we see the distance, cultural differences, travel restrictions, no relationships. You don't know where to start. Where are the people that are connecting? Where do you get these connections and relationships? Lack of collaboration. I think, interestingly, when we went into also looking at we've talked specifically about like agriculture, for example, and we talked about some of the certifications, processes, and standards that are in place that create a barrier for African startups or agri-tech to bring their produce into Europe. And there was a debate, because it was like, yes, we need those standards, and we are saying, African products can meet those standards, but sometimes they're so complicated, they're so expensive, you have to fly a consultant over, that's actually creating a barrier. So there is a need to sort of simplify those things and make them a bit more accessible. Investment restrictions, the fact that, the markets are fragmented. You have to deal with all the different regulations in all the different African countries. Some of them, the policies for investment are not very friendly, so a lot of African startups are having to incorporate in other markets for the investors to feel that their investments are secure. Could go on. We talked about corruption. I was fighting very hard to not have that post-it note here because I'm like, it's a lazy one that people always put there as a barrier, and I'm like, what's behind that? You know, let's talk about the weak laws, the weak implementation of those laws that allows that to thrive, because there's corruption in other parts of the world that rarely do we see. Anyway, I lost it. So I lost the argument. So here it is, but it's there. I accept that it's a reality we have to talk about. Somebody talked about discrimination. Like, I don't want to move my startup to Europe and my family to Europe to be discriminated against. So we talked, you know, underlying, we know that especially with the way the world is going very right these days, that these are realities we have to deal with if we're talking about a common market. We could go on the barriers, like we could have gone on, but you get the picture. So then we moved to question 3 was an interesting one. It was, how can we engage grassroots actors in both continents to interact? And the way we interpreted this was, how do we make this change bottom up, right? So at the time we're talking about, oh, there's no policy, there's no this, there's no institutions, and that's fine. And I think that, there's kind of enough, we give a lot of thought on maybe how policies could be in place to help these things. This allowed us to kind of think about the grassroots and the fact that within communities, and there's real people at the end of this in both markets who are going to be the users, the entrepreneurs, the people who are the skills we're talking about. So it was, how do we engage them and get them to interact? And we had some really, really cool ideas here. One of them was grassroots super connectors, and we used an example of Stormzy. So I the coolest presentation because I get to get Stormzy in my presentation, and another celebrity musician in Ghana called Pao. Albert, help me out here. Yao Tong. So I'm just we were the coolest group, basically. Anyway, the idea was that there are these people who have grown from a grassroots, who were using the music of Grange. Is it Grange? So I'm going to embarrass myself. Sorry? Grime. Yeah? Music. How that started out. Sorry, I've lost all my cool points instantly. I gained them and then lost them instantly. I'm sorry. All right. Anyway, so we talked about grime music in the UK, and then Stormzy, and then he's collaborated now with a Ghanaian grassroots community there, and they've gone global. So the idea was like, and somebody also raised, we need to know where are these local communities, these grassroots communities, what are they doing? What is the knowledge that they have? What is the influence that they hold? And how can we manage that? We've talked in the context of music, but imagine that kind of local collaborations between two, a UK grassroots, African grassroots leading to a global success, right? How do we leverage that energy towards digital innovation? We also talk about the diaspora, and I think I won't spend too long because I think the point was touched on already. They hold a unique position in being embedded in ecosystems in Europe, and then also having that local connection and sort of, desire to sort of support local. And so how do we leverage that? I think they're going to be important for connecting grassroots actors. We then looked about success stories, role models, and one interesting point I want to touch on was, we said, what are some of the things already that connect Europe and Africa outside of the digital innovation discussion? And we talk about things like football, where it's very unique that there are names now you can say in any country in Africa and any country in Europe, and they will be recognized. There is something there. Despite all the differences, the distance, there is things that connect us that already have sort of laid. So now is how do we leverage that? And we had ideas of people like that. Can a celebrity footballer then invest in a startup, or being put as an ambassador for digital innovation and things like that? And I think somebody had a concrete example that they shared of how that had happened. And you had that. Yeah, so yes, I thought that story really captures it. And I think, and then it was like packaging the information about that grassroots and making that available, etc. Last question was about what concrete steps will we take to connect the ecosystem? And while there's a lot of things we could say, policies, I think we kind of had a recognition in our room that none of us is going to go and write a policy right now, or even if we write it, to implement it, right? So we kind of focused on things that were like, what are some of the things that we within this room, can concretely take? And so we talked about creating frameworks for collaboration and exchange. How do we create, sector-specific, almost, communities of practice, creating these structures that really allow ecosystem actors on both sides. I think much as we're doing right now, I think it's important to continue to have these conversations and create these spaces. We also talked about really identifying synergies and common goals, because we realize that even as we create these frameworks and enable collaboration, ultimately, at the end of the day, is entrepreneurs and startups that have business goals, that are trying to compete, that may see each other as competitors, that may be, the reality of saying, oh, maybe a Europe company is going to come and enter an African market, that's creating competition for local actors. These are the realities that are going to be there when we try and do this, right? So knowing that we need to have this idea of what are the common goals, what are we trying to achieve, what is there, how do we create markets, make the pie bigger for all of us, I think was important. And having that long-term vision. We also about sharing success stories is something that we can concretely go. This is an example of an African startup that is achieving X, starting to break down those perception barriers. Using a more problem-solving approach along value chains. So I think Talashi was saying about how within each sector, let's not focus on, I have this innovation, I'm doing this. Let's talk about what is the problem we're solving. Food security, and then along that, we're all playing a different role. And I think the idea was that as it's clearer that we're all contributing to this goal and we all have this role to play, then it becomes more collaborative and less more we're competing for these pots of funding or this investment, etc. Saying that funders and investors need to incentivize this collaboration. So I think, again, I think you gave lots of ideas on that. We're saying how, one of their funders has said, as part of the funding, you have to share, they told an organization, you have to share your data with, the other actors in the ecosystem. So the fact that funding should be given in such a way that enables this collaboration, enables knowledge exchange, rather than causing more competition, is something that a concrete step that we thought we could tell. And I'm done. I know, Joseph, you were probably worried when it was me. But
not worried at all, not worried at all. Okay, so thank you very much. That's it for the presentations from the Bologna side. So now I'm going to turn it over to our colleagues in Ghana, I believe. From Hapa Space in Ghana, should be able to go up on the screen now. Okay, fantastic. So on the screen up here, and we're happy to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, good afternoon from here in Ghana, and we are really excited to be part of the program. I'm learning a lot and actually trying to see how best we can adapt some of these thoughts that are being shared here. Thank you very much. Our team, we looked at the question that is towards a common digital markets and a connected startup ecosystem. Actually, my name is Douglas Jogwati. I'm the hub manager for Hapa Space. And then we looked at the first question, which are the key features that should exist in a common market and then a connected ecosystem. And the first we were talking about access to information. And we believe that in an ideal situation like that, it should be easy to access information on investors, potential investors, other startups, other ecosystem, and all of that for startups to be able to make informed decisions and be able to access relevant resources to help them with their development. So yes, the first one is access to information. And also mention that there's a need for standardization in terms of systems, in terms of how authorization, certifications, and all of that. There's a need for standardization where you realize that currently people, you may produce an item in Ghana and yes, it will be certified in Ghana, but you may not be able to sell it outside Ghana. So in an ideal situation, we are looking at when we work with a common standardization process where once it is certified, it can be used or sold or accessed everywhere. And then there is also the openness, where you're looking at it's easier for startups and then ecosystem players to be able to interact without barriers. Currently, you have some products and services from one country being banned from another country. So there is a need for that openness. And then that leads into an integrated policy. And many of the participants were excited with the Africa Intercontinental Free Trade Agreement, looking at an integrated policy where it will favor the operation of these players or actors and startups in this ecosystem. And then we also talk about visibility. In this situation, we are looking at where it is easier, wherever you are, it's possible to be seen and be heard from wherever you are, whether you are in a very urban area or even in a rural area, it's easy to see and heard. And then lastly, especially from our part of the world, we're looking at a stable foreign exchange, where it is easier to do trade, to do trade with others in foreign currency at a rate that is stable, more stable than currently we have in our system. So yes, that is for the first question. And then the second one was on the barriers, the key barriers to connecting the market and the ecosystem. And the first one was stringent requirement for standardization. So you realize that in some parts of the world, there are lots of requirements that you need to meet. And so even though your product may be certified in your local country, but you wouldn't be able to sell it or export it to other countries because of these stringent measures, a lot of certifications, a lot of standardizations to meet. And then we talk about connectivity. By connectivity, we are looking at network roads and the means of transportation and internet. And so we realize that it is difficult to transport some of these things to other countries, the cost involved and even access alone. And then we're talking about especially the internet. You can have somebody in a remote area not even exposed to cut out from the digital world because there is no connectivity with respect to internet. Then the third one was a language barrier. We're in a continent where there are a lot of languages we have. So in Ghana, for instance, we are surrounded by francophone countries. So it means that if you really want to do business with a neighboring country like Togo, that means that you need to translate all the documents and all that into another language that's that also involved or demanded. And so language barrier is also a challenge. And then you look at access to local partners to give you to have access to local information and the local internet, especially when you are looking at scaling to other countries. There is a lack of that. I remember I was recently contacted by somebody from South Africa that he wanted to establish an IT company in Ghana here. And he has no information. He has searched online, but there's no information on how to register business in Ghana. But I know for sure that the registered event has a website, but that tells you that the information there is not enough to assist anybody that wants to access that. And then that leads to the lack of access to information. There is relevant information to help startups and players or artists in the ecosystem to make informed decisions in other relevant areas. For instance, how do you access information on VCs that are interested in your sector that you operate, that are interested in the growth of the stage at which you find yourself, and even to have access to mentors and coaches that are outside your continent or country. Then also the cultural barrier, that is looking at more the psychological aspects of the whole thing, where products from maybe other African countries are perceived in a particular way, and that makes it difficult for it to scale in our part of, and there is that acceptance for some products from maybe more developed country because it is perceived to be of superior quality. And then the foreign exchange issue also came up here where, because of the constant exchange rates, change in the exchange rates, it affects especially with exports and other engagements with foreign companies. The political boundaries or instability is also a challenge that we have. Some countries are still struggling with political stability, and that in a way affects lots of engagement, especially with investment and all that, where investors especially look at some of these as traders and all of that to make decisions in investment. So whether the political instability is also a challenge that is affecting the connection. The third question, which we looked at how we can engage grassroots in both continents to interact. The first suggestion by the group was the exchange programs, looking at where we can have delegations from let's say, for instance, Ghana to visit Italy, and then to learn a lot from there and vice versa. So a lot of exchange programs in relevant areas. Also international missions and fairs, where you have the opportunity to expose your product to markets outside your local setting. And then also a common database platform where we can access relevant information on various actors or players in the ecosystem. So it's easy for me to, if I want to approach a VC in a developed country or in Europe, then there's a platform where I can access information on them, what they are interested in, the sector they are interested in, maybe their tickets, what tickets do they go for high-end tickets or what? So those relevant informations are also important. And a lot of awareness to help with exchange and networking and peer-to-peer learning. And also the media should also play a role. Conscious effort should be made to talk a lot about what is happening in this ecosystem. There should be an intentional approach by the media to help promote the activities of these ecosystem. Then lastly, we're looking at the concrete steps to take to help connect the ecosystem. So we mentioned the exchange program as one. At the level, we're looking at policies that can favor the interaction of these players or actors in the ecosystem, a more integrated policies that takes into consideration the activities of other ecosystems, and the more international exhibitions and fairs. A common database platform where it is easy for me here in Ghana to access information on the ecosystem, for instance, Germany, Italy, and all of that. Then I can make an informed decision on what to do. And then more webinars and seminars. And there is also a need for connectivity, easy access to information, more stable connectivity, internet access, and transportation of some of these products to other markets. Thank you very much.
Okay. Is there, first off, thank you very much. Is there another speaker from HAPA? Okay, fantastic.
Okay, so my name is Albert Siwasi. I'm from one of the hubs in Ghana with the academy. So I was part of the facilitation. So my group mainly was looking at digital innovators or digital startups and discussions around them. So these are the things we looked at. So to start with, we discussed a number of things, but I put down the major ones. So for each of the questions we discussed, I put down 4 things that we noticed. So those are the ones I'm going to go through. So the first one was that where do we find the startups? Where do we find the digital innovators? Where do we find these digital entrepreneurs? So let's say somebody from Italy or Holland or anywhere, they come to Ghana and they want to find digital entrepreneurs. Where do they find them? And these are some of the things we mentioned. So we mentioned educational institutions. So we are looking at maybe universities and institutions of higher learning where we find people who are interested in stuff like that. We also mentioned the hubs. So hubs like with the academy, like AfriConEU, like Women's Haven. These hubs usually have a collection of these startups. And so it's easy to find people like that, people who are interested in digital entrepreneurship and stuff like that there. Also, social media is a great place to find people like this because they like to put themselves out. They like to talk about what they've done or what they are doing. So some starting on social media would really help. And then online communities. So AfriConEU in particular has an online community in Ghana that's very useful called KEC. You go there, you find people who are doing one thing or the other. Online communities like that and others are places where you can find digital entrepreneurs. So that's one of the major things we discussed. So I'll move on to the next question. So the next question was primarily about what prevents these digital entrepreneurs from being scouted. What are the issues that makes them unable to be found? So these were some of the points we noted. First one was that there was a lack of a database. Okay, so when you go to these places we listed in point 1, and this point 1 and point 2, point 1 really downhill to point 2, so it was very good. So in point 1, we named the places where you find these digital entrepreneurs. But in point 2, we're looking at, despite knowing that you can find them in these particular spots, what makes them unable to be found? Because sometimes people still go to their apps, go to institutions and stuff like that, and they still can't find what they are looking for. So what's the issue? And we realized that one major point was that there was a lack of a database where you can track what really has happened over time. So let's say you go to a hub, you're looking for somebody who wants to use an app to do something in a grade. You don't find the person at that particular point in time. It might be difficult to find somebody who came through the hub 4 years ago and was doing such a thing. There's difficulty in accessing a database where you can say, oh, so this person came through the hub at this point and is currently in this city doing this, and this is his current phone number. So there's no database that tracks that. So people go through institutions and they can't be tracked. People go through hubs and they can't be tracked. And same for all these other places where you find them. So having a proper database is really helpful so that you can track these people who come through these places where you can find the digital entrepreneurs. Now, next thing was the lack of exposure from the entrepreneurs themselves. A lot of people are doing stuff, but they don't really put it out. People don't know what they are doing. People don't know what's really happening with them. So tracking them is difficult. So I'll leave it at that and go to point 3. So under point 3, we're looking at some of the things that the digital entrepreneurs can benefit whilst they are being scouted. So we look at getting investment, obviously getting funding from it, expanding their knowledge base, learning a lot, growth in their network, they get to know people as they are being scouted, and then their exposure, their levels of exposure really goes from there. And lastly, we looked at the issue of tools that we can use to make sure that these digital entrepreneurs can be scouted and they can be found. So one thing we mentioned was an online or digital database where people can easily find who's doing what in a particular country or in a particular city. So a digital or online database that's easy to access and makes it everybody to access this information. Also, networking events or platforms. So we could organize a networking event, an online networking event, a physical networking event, create a networking platform, be it on WhatsApp, be it a customized one, they all help. Also, hackathons are a great way to get people to come up with ideas and engage and meet people. And then lastly, we looked at publicity platforms. So then we are looking at already existing platforms like Facebook and Instagram and other social media platforms, and then particularly customized platforms meant for the publicity of digital entrepreneurs and what they do. So these are the things we mentioned, the major things we mentioned. Obviously, we discussed more than that, but this is all that we did for today. Thank you.
Okay. Nope, you're done? Okay. So thank you very much to the team there at Hapa And now we are going to move over to presentations from Eka in Nigeria, I believe. Okay. I believe we have them on the call. Eka, are you there? Okay, we may have to skip over. Okay, technical issues. Booney works. Okay, so instead we're going to move over to Booney, and we'll get Eka on the line in just a minute.
Are you there?
Oh. Nope, we have Eka here. All right, the floor is yours.
Skip over? Okay.
Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Can you hear us? Okay. This is Emerging Communities Africa, ECA from Nigeria. We had 3 World Cafe tables. I'm taking the first discussion. We spoke about digitalization, jobs for the 21st century, and employment opportunities. We started out with defining what digitalization is, and some of the comments we had were digitalization is converting old ways of doing things to digital formats, adding tech to business and new business baseline. And it can also be a way through which a more technical way of doing things. And so to the first question, what are some of the key 21st century skills? And we listed quite a number. We have software development, product management, product design, critical thinking, marketing, data analysis, research and development, robot part maintenance, space engineering, project management, human resource management. To the second question, how can we bring more young people and women into the market? By government getting involved in technological upskilling, digitizing the education system, government-private partnerships, rural inclusivity, that is the government should provide infrastructure such as internet, electricity in rural communities so that everyone gets access to digitization. Also inclusion and knowledge sharing, building communities, early adoption of technology, affirmative actions like creating a quota system, increased inclusion. We should have policies that are put in place to ensure digital inclusion for all. Awareness by investing more in education and making it accessible to all. So the third question, how can African markets attract and retain talent through internship and mentorship programs, continuous training and upskilling of talent? Government needs to create or facilitate a thriving economy, security of life and pay. Organizations need to be empathic and create healthy work culture and vision ownership across board. Government funding and friendly government regulations to help improve participation in the digital economy. And to the last question, what are some concrete models to develop talent in Africa? By upgrading the school curriculum, exchange programs between African and European countries, internship programs, creating a talent pipeline, building communities, and hubs and incubators getting involved in facilitating talent building programs. Thank you. Okay.
Good. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is the second table on towards a common digital market and a connected startup ecosystem. So we looked at how we can get a connected digital market for the startup ecosystem space. And the first question we're asking, what key features should exist in a common market and a connected ecosystem? Here we looked at three major things, and then we looked at knowledge sharing. We looked at the fact that
Okay. I'm sorry to say. Oh, no, go back.
Access not exist ecosystem, move and navigate the ecosystem.
Sorry, we had a little bit of a internet hiccup. Okay. Sadly, I think we have lost the feed from Eka in Nigeria. So if we can shift over to Buni while they resolve that issue. So in Tanzania. Okay, Buni, can we ask you guys to, nope, that's outbox.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. Okay, let's get you back on the screen and then we can have you continue. Okay, you can go ahead now.
Okay. Hello. Okay, so I said a database infrastructure, and then the last thing we looked at was inclusivity. So we should have a market space that is inclusive of everyone, women, the marginalized, the unbanked, those that are in rural areas. We should have that market system that includes everyone. So the second question we'll move on to barriers to connecting markets and the ecosystem. So one of the barriers of clusters. So there are clusters and there are first-time growth, but these clusters are unevenly distributed throughout the nation. Then we looked at stereotyping. So there's a stereotype towards particular founders that makes access to accelerator programs and other things really difficult for some of them. Then we looked at poor internet connection. I think it's very visible from this session. And we also looked at difficulty in getting into accelerator programs. I already said that. Then there's also a lack of knowledge and technical know-how for groups of people. Then we moved on to the third question, asking how to engage the grassroots actors in both continents. The things that was mentioned was collaborate in summary. Then we also looked at leveraging on international organization programs that are organized by international organization in both of these continents. We can leverage on the knowledge from these programs. Then we also looked at governmental incentivization. How can governments incentivize those things? How can they create incentives for the collaboration between founders and ecosystems in both continents? Then the fourth question asked them, how can we connect both ecosystems together? So we have looked at exchange programs, which have been mentioned a lot in the event. Exchange programs for events. They were also looked at depoliticizing things, which was also mentioned in the event, where we can reduce the effects of politics on the ecosystem and on the market so that actors in the ecosystem can easily flow and easily get all the resources they need. Has an ambassadorship program also. We want to connect with we have to understand each other's market and responsibilities
of both markets. So I think that's all we have on this topic. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So this is the third table, and our conversation around digital entrepreneurs and startup in the African market. And the first question was, where can we find the best digital entrepreneurs ecosystem? We had to streamline it down a bit, and we mentioned places such as student campuses. There are also geographical locations like Lagos, which is the business hub in Nigeria. We have tech-related communities, for example, Digital Innovations Hub. We also had a thriving ecosystem that could support the African ecosystem. The second question that we have to consider were the challenges scouting for African entrepreneurs and startups in the ecosystem. And we had a couple of points, like there was the cultural differences that could also prevent that. Number two was lack of, solid communities around. Also, we had the idea around having exchange programs between served communities and underserved communities. I think not to do. Also, I don't work locally, so sometimes it can serve as an hindrance to visibility towards the question that says that what can innovators look. We had ideas to around that, and one of the things that we mentioned was visibility. Also, if we look at it, wherever innovators are trying to look in that regard, we also have to do around profitability, because that's like the goal of business. So if an innovator is looking towards scouting process, they're probably looking towards to gain more partnerships. They are looking towards getting more talent, skilled talent that has the right attitude to work, that's credible, that is versatile, who can do quite a lot, and also profitability. We didn't consider the fourth question that has to do with concrete tools, but we had the last idea that had to do with bringing together events that could foster or sponsor, growth in terms of scouting for African innovators too. So I think that will be all from my end. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to everyone from ECA. Now we're ready to step over to hear, wait, that was it? Okay. Now we're ready to hop over to hear from our speakers from Buni. I'm up there. All right, Buni, are you ready?
Now we're ready to step over to hear, wait, that was it? Okay. Now we're ready to hop over to hear from our speakers from Buni.
I don't really sound like that, do I? Okay. Buni, are you ready to join the call, please?
Can you hear us?
Just barely. No, they're on. There they are. Oh, that's Outbox. Okay. We can step over to the speakers from Outbox, if that works, while we resolve the issue with Buni. Okay, cool. Outbox, floor is yours.
I'm called Nelson Mandela, and I'm the African ambassador. So I'm going to present towards a common digital market and a connected startup ecosystem. So I'm going to answer the first question, that is, what are the key features that should exist in a common market and connected ecosystem? So these are the answers that we came with after brainstorming. So the first one is functional digital incubation hubs to enable entrepreneur success services. So for us to have a connected system, we need to have digital incubation hubs so that can bring different actors together, the startups, the incubation hubs, and the other stakeholders that will support the innovators in their goals. Then another point that we came up with is a database of startups and investors. So like, if you could come up with a database of startups and incubators and investors, this will provide value to the startups, because the startups will be able to connect with different investors and be able to share their innovative products and ideas, so that they could get funding from different investors on the platform. Then another point is a database for market opportunities. Then if you could have a connected ecosystem that has database of market opportunities for different startups in the different sectors, that would add value to the startups, so that they can be able to access market for their different products and innovative products that would support them in building their startups. Then another point is business development services. That is, this involves access to mentors on the platform, access to talent, access to business development services from the experts, the business experts that would be on the connected ecosystem. And then another point is bundle services, like legal services, startups, because they're actually in Africa, specifically in Uganda, there are so many startups or people who have good ideas who could have been funded that in order to impact the society, but because they lack adequate funding to access the legal services, because most investors invest in registered companies. And for you to register your company, you need to have some sort of funding, and these all these legal services requires some sort of fees that startup need to pay for before they can access that. And some, because of they are not registered, and when they apply for grants, or the competitions are being left out, and yet they have ideas that could change society in an impactful way. Then another point that we came up with the talent matchmakers features on the platform and the connected ecosystem. If you could have a platform that could bring different talent from different ecosystems, like say in Africa, if you could link the different talent in Africa and Europe. So example, I would give, like, say I have a good idea and I want to get a co-founder from Europe. I can be able to form a team, and then maybe from Brazil, from Europe and other countries in Africa, I can be able to form a team digitally, and then probably we could meet later after we could have sort of like a digital hackathon that we can organize as the team that are matched together to come up with an innovative idea. I think that would be another value. Not necessarily co-founders, but you can also get talent when, in case you have gaps, maybe you are not a software developer, but you have an idea that requires you to have a software developer, then you can be able to recruit them or online on the connected ecosystem. And then the next question was about what are the key barriers in connecting markets and ecosystem. Then when we brainstormed, we came up with answers like barriers within the ecosystem. There's still barriers in connecting markets where people think that certain regions, because innovations are limited, like the innovators are not really good innovation from certain ecosystems, then they will not be able to work with such regions. Then we also have political instability, which is another barrier. People still have, like in Africa, we have a lot of unrest. So a good example, Somalia. People think that if they invest in such a country, their business might be disrupted by the insecurity in a given region. Then we also have issues of limited infrastructure. You know, infrastructure in Africa is not yet well developed, like in Europe. I find that there are certain, we'll give example of e-marketplace or e-commerce. E-marketplace is not yet developed in Africa. Say example, Uganda, like other countries, people still prefer doing things offline. So that's a barrier actually to the connected ecosystem, and that needs to be worked on. And then I'll go to the next question, question three. Question three is about how can we engage grassroots actors in both continents to interact. So we came up with two key points. That is putting up spaces for networking and dialogue. This could be through conferences, digital conferences, and we can organize a conference like this, and then we bring out different actors in the ecosystem, say the government officials, say the people in the incubation hubs, and then we have sort of a dialogue with them, and then come up with a solution to the different barriers that is hindering the ecosystem. Then the last point is on subsidizing programs for startups. Say AfriConEU can subsidize different stakeholders in the ecosystem. I will give example on the legal barriers that to what's not allowing other startups not to register, the legal cost. The AfriConEU can solve this problem by subsidizing their services. They can have some sort of arrangement with the Uganda Registration Service Bureau, the regulatory body, so that all the startups or incubation hubs under their partnership benefit from certain incentives that could cut costs in the legal services to these startups. I think that's all. Thank you.
Hi, I hope you're well. I'm Elijah Okello and I'm participating in the African EU organizing. So I'm going to be sharing about digitalization and the different questions you have answered in regards to all the things that we have discussed. So I'm going to talk about digitalization. Digitalization, we have different skills and jobs that are available in the digital sector. So we have identified a couple of skills and jobs. So we have skills like communication skills, e-communication skills, we have word processing, we have critical thinking, we have digital marketing. These are skills that allow for people to be productive in a digital economy. And the jobs that are present in the digital economy, we have software engineering, we have, of course, digital marketing is definitely one of them. We have jobs that deal with, programming, building solutions. Insurance is also quite a digital sector. So one of the questions that we had when we were thinking about digitalization, especially in the context of Africa, is how we can bring more young people into the market. Now, there are very many barriers that young people face when it comes to getting into the digital economy. So first being that there is the high cost of getting the skills, right? So there is a lot of an upfront investment that is required from the people in the different spheres of their lives to be able to get these skills. So one of the solutions we came up with to be able to address this problem is subsidizing the cost of acquiring the skills. We also thought that introducing the digital skills, for example, the word processing, programming skills, introducing them to children at a young age would definitely be helpful. And we also thought that making the education more hands-on is something that would be really beneficial to them. By making it hands-on, it means that it's going to be more interesting, very practical, and the completion rates are going to be higher for different children in the sectors. We also have a problem of having little rather a small representation of women in the digital economy. And for various reasons, this has been, underlooked, and I think we have certain ways in which you can address that problem. The first one is being we can provide an inclusive environment for ladies, seeing that they have different, requirements. Generally, the kind of lifestyle is really different from men, and I think it would be really nice if different workspaces and employers could be able to be more inclusive of ladies, and provide them with an inclusive environment, just to make sure that they can thrive, not only thrive but also grow. So I think it would really be nice also to expose the ladies to these technologies at an early stage. So in the context of Uganda, being a student that I am, whenever technology events are organized, a lot of men turn up, and few ladies come around because for some reason, maybe they may feel intimidated. I think driving events that are targeted to the ladies, would be really cool, and then that would definitely allow them to interact with themselves, but also learn from themselves and be more engaged, because they'll feel represented. Another question for the digital economy that we had was how we can promote, we can maintain talent, grow the talent in Africa, and also maintain it. So I think we have different players in the digital sector in Africa. One of the real reasons as to why many technologists leave these companies to go to other countries is because, of course, they're seeking better pay, but also they're seeking growth. I think it's imperative that these organizations and institutions pay their people better, but also be very intentional about their growth. Yeah, that would definitely allow people to grow their companies. So we also had a question of how to develop concrete skills, developing concrete talent in the ecosystem. So we thought it wise that we would have very intensive boot camps to educate people about the different, digital skills that are required, that they should know to be able to, for them to be productive in the economy. And we thought about performance coaching. We thought about collaboration. So collaboration is something that's really important, especially in the technology communities in the country. I speak for Uganda because there are very many technology communities around, and they help people to grow. Yeah, that is it from me. On to the next part. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're still here. We are just listening patiently.
Hi everyone, Joseph Uchelap here. I'm an investment associate with Outbox. I'll be speaking to some of the insights that we gathered in our session on business and investment opportunities in the African landscape. And pretty much when we're digging deep into this, the first question that we looked at is what are the investments or investors and partners looking at when trying to invest in the African market. We took a deep dive into some of the sectors that they're looking at. There's some investment coming into agriculture, a bit of investment coming into digital economy and digital solutions to help solve some of the challenges we have in Africa. And this is also synonym, and also some investment moving into green energy solutions as well happening in the landscape, or energy solutions in general happening in the landscape. A lot of this investment is driven by the mandates of different investors that we're seeing in the landscape around angel investors, development partners, etc., who are pretty much driven by a specific agenda and a specific goal. And that's why some of these sectors seem to be getting certain amounts of attention relative to others. But beyond the sector, we are starting to see common themes in terms of requirements and certain characteristics they are looking for in businesses and SMEs. And that's along the lines of sustainability and scalability. So a lot of investors are looking for opportunities or looking to invest in a business that can guarantee long-term growth, which again also aligns with their mandates. We have investors looking to create more jobs for the youth in Africa. So in order to create jobs, this business needs to be able to scale, it needs to be able to earn revenues, it needs to be able to unlock more employment opportunities through generic, organic, sustainable growth. Team diversity was also another interesting factor that came out. So there's a lot of focus in, are we investing in teams that are diverse? Not only because there's a belief that diversity and inclusivity in teams brings about better strategic decision making, but also around the mandate of creating equal opportunities among youth and other marginalized communities, such as people with disabilities, and also women in some regions where they have been previously marginalized. There's also been an increased focus, particularly in agriculture and value addition. So although the agriculture sector is getting a lot of attention, there is also focus not only just in agriculture, but in agribusinesses that are adding more value. Because this kind of ties into the whole concept of sustainability, but also helps ensure that there's more coming in for the businesses, in the sense that you're not just plunging money into a group of farmers, you're plunging money into a business that can grow, that can access international markets, that can produce products that can be sold beyond just Africa. And these are just some of the key things that we're starting to see as overall trends in businesses and what investors are looking for. Perceived barriers in creating connections in Africa. I think one of the key things that stood out was accountability. And this is more around the lines of misallocation and misuse of funds. So there's a common belief that money coming into Africa is not always utilized the best way or utilized as was intended, which then creates a bias and makes international players or investors hesitant to inject more funding into the space, or even to form strategic partnerships with some players in the space. This also kind of bleeds into the utilization of the funds. Beyond just using the funds for what it was intended, there's the outcomes not matching what was initially planned. I'll give an example whereby there might be a program that sets out to create so many amount of jobs, and funding is given to maybe 1-2 businesses with the potential to create these jobs. But a couple months down the road, the money has been utilized and that milestone has not been reached. So these are some of the pieces that have created a bias whereby beyond the utilization of funds, there isn't always a guarantee that you're going to meet the targets that your funds are designed to drive or engineer to achieve. There was also an issue around the policy environment, specifically for local businesses, whereby some policies, some incentives cannot be realized by some local businesses, which makes them hard to scale. Also kind of feeds into the scalability and sustainability piece, but more from the enabling environment side, whereby there's certain bottlenecks. There's also issues around volatility and perceived instability in some African markets, whereby there's a perception that some markets are not safe, where you might invest your money or invest your resources into a certain market, and there could be an incidence of a war outbreak or a pandemic or an epidemic that leads to a shutdown, or these different social and political instabilities that might hinder people from investing in Africa. We also had a discussion around how we can engage the diaspora to support, or maybe in this case, our AfriConEU can engage the diaspora to support their home countries. And one of the key things that came out was leveraging digital platforms as networking platforms. Now, we're in a world whereby, regardless of where we are, we can still be connected. And this is testament to what's happening just now. And we believe that through these digital platforms, we can facilitate opportunities or facilitate constant dialogue that not only set specific context on what the landscape looks like now, but what the opportunities are and what the realistic outcome of investing or partnering with African entrepreneurs and businesses looks like. This also ties into the next point of creating a hands-on approach to understanding the diaspora before or beyond just injecting funds or resources into it. How this kind of works is having people actually embedded into the programs, first from a learning and understanding perspective, and then developing specific programs that suit or that match the trends, the needs, and what is actually feasible with contextualized understanding of the problems and challenges that people have here in Africa. We face challenges whereby sometimes there might be a partner coming in with a certain fund that's hoping to achieve a certain outcome in terms of maybe job creation, but there's part of what the challenge or the bottleneck with failing to make these milestones are is sometimes it doesn't look like what the partner initially intended, which is not necessarily the partner's fault, but it could be a situation whereby had we maybe taken a step back, understood exactly what's on ground, we might be in a better position to create a solution or to have more targeted milestones that are feasible, achievable, and still drive the impact that we're looking for. There's also the concern around the visibility for African solutions beyond just issuing them funding, right? At the end of the day, how we're thinking about it is we think it might be more sustainable to approach African solutions from beyond just the handouts or quote unquote charity perspective, to just looking at it as a partnership or potential avenues for partnerships. And this includes creating visibility for these African solutions or African businesses out there. We have so many innovative African solutions, so many innovative African businesses that beyond funding could benefit from market linkages of their authentic and unadulterated products. So if it's being produced a certain way in Africa, it would be great for it to be marketed in international markets as an African product, the way it was intended or the way it was developed. Yes, that means that there's opportunities for value addition, for leveraging international learnings and insights to improve quality, but not necessarily without adulterating or changing the essence of the products that are being developed. I'll give an example of Nigerian entertainment industry. It's very authentic to Africa and it's been able to sell because of its authenticity and its DNA being African. So I'd want to see this coming up, and how can we translate these learnings to put more African innovations out there and solutions out there in the market? Then lastly, we spoke about what concrete processes can connect investors and African businesses. So for this, our key takeaway was facilitating dialogue, and not only from our funders, not only from understanding what the investors need, but also helping the investors understand what African businesses need. Right? So what this dialogue will look like is it starts from what are the investors looking for and why are they injecting or looking to inject funding in the first place? And then what do we have in Africa and what potential is there for investment in Africa, or what are these businesses that could potentially benefit from this investment? And then beyond, while looking at those, having a targeted approach to seeing which investor specifically matches a specific business and why. And once we have that, then helping the business get from a point that they're at to a point where they can actually tap into the funds that are available from different investor types. This could mean anything like supporting different entrepreneur support organizations. That's your business accelerators, your hub partners, partnering with them to offer targeted, tailored support to businesses with the end goal of facilitating or helping them access funding from specific financiers that they can actually, or that we've been able to identify from them. It could also move further because sometimes a lot of these innovations struggle with things like compliance, registration, and this is beyond just the idea, which could be excellent, but the company just doesn't have the resources to achieve these different pieces. So how are we engaging? How are we discussing different players, or what we call gatekeepers, to some of these resources, to ensure that these businesses have, if at all, at the very least, a streamlined process to access these services that help them jump over such bottlenecks that affect them from accessing funding, both locally and internationally. And there's also the concept of engaging the local financiers or players in the market to see how best we can partner with them. Some of these have challenges, like they want to invest in African businesses, but because of the stigmas we discussed earlier, there's risk, or they perceive them as high risk, which makes it very expensive maybe for the businesses to access their funding, or just makes it difficult for them to meet the criteria. So what partnerships can we have with them? Can we issue maybe corporate guarantees? Can we have more tiered financing approaches whereby different investors come in to de-risk investments? And how are we structuring them? Are we keeping these local investors in play while coming up with these structures? Because that also helps them develop the capacity to continue financing these businesses while helping the businesses access the funding that is readily available for them to access in the first place. So those are some of the ideas that we came up with, and yeah, super excited to have an opportunity to share them with you.
Okay, fantastic, thank you. So, if that's the last of the presentations from Outbox, we're going to go over to the talk from Booney. Just a quick reminder to everyone involved to stay on the Zoom call, because we'll do a quick photo after Booney finishes their presentations. So Booney, you are on the main screen. We have your video now, and we are ready to hear your presentations. Booney, you're on mute at the moment.
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes?
Great, good afternoon.
Okay.
So my name is Iku. I run a hub called Dr. Hub. It's a women entrepreneurship incubation space, but we are supported by Booney. And I've been excited to actually host this day to facilitate the discussions that were happening here today. We've had a very diverse group of young people from Tanzania discussing the 4 questions as they were presented by the other presenters. And so in the interest of time, and I think to also be fair, because we usually ask the entrepreneurs who come into our space, we usually give them just 5 minutes to pitch their business ideas. So I'll also try and keep it very short. But I'm excited to also learn that a lot of the things that we have discussed here have also been presented by all the speakers that have spoken before us. So I'm going to try and summarize all the 4 questions and just share the things that were the common threads from our discussion. So whether we're looking at investment opportunities, whether we're looking at digitalization or the 21st century skills, or whether we're looking at how we can actually scout digital entrepreneurs, and lastly, how we can actually work towards a common digital market and a connected ecosystem. So one of the things that was very interesting from all the discussions was the fact that there's a difference in the definitions of some of these common terminologies. So we understand that some of these definitions are very contextual. So when you're even saying innovation, it's very contextual. When you're talking about who is a digital entrepreneur, it's very contextual, just even in the context of Tanzania. So we had to come up with agreeing that at some point we'll have to have these common definitions and what do they really mean for all of us. And then we looked at some of the challenges that were addressed in all the questions, and these are the ones that were coming out in each of the themes. So we're looking at lack of adequate information. So we don't have a centralized database or a system or a method of just identifying who are the innovators, where are they, what are they doing. This is something that we do not have. The other thing is around the infrastructure, and I think this has been talked about at length. So we're looking at the unavailability of infrastructure. In some cases, it could be power. In some cases, it could be the internet connectivity. And in some cases, it's around the cost of data to access some of these services that are required by digital entrepreneurs or for innovation for that matter. Then the other thing is looking at the conducive environment for running businesses. So this is looking at the legal aspects, the frameworks, the policies, the regulations in the country for entrepreneurs in the country, and also for entrepreneurs to be able to work with other entrepreneurs from outside the country, investors, etc. So there's some things that we're looking at that will need to be worked on because they've been identified as challenges or barriers to some of the startups. The other issue that we also discussed at length was around human capital, looking at soft skills, as I think also previous presenters have talked about it. But then we also addressed an issue around integrity. So there's also a question around building trust with people that we work with, whether you're employing them, whether you're doing business with them. So there was a whole issue and a discussion around integrity. And we're trying to see how there were also suggestions around how we can also review our education system to try and address some of these challenges, particularly the building integrity and also the soft skills. Then there was a language barrier that was discussed, and this is very much around cross-border integrations or interactions or partnerships and collaborations. Then the other challenge that we also felt was not having a clear vision as a country when we're talking about digitalization, when we're talking about startups and what startups could potentially do for the country. So this is something that we need to have, having a very clear vision so that anyone who identifies themselves as an entrepreneur or a digital innovator or getting into this innovation space, we all need to have a common understanding what is the one goal for the country. Then we're looking at issues around logistics and supply chain that have been identified as a barrier. Then another challenge that has been raised is exploitation by investors. So, and I think this has been said maybe in a number of ways, but it's apparent that sometimes an investor would come into a country with a different agenda from what was initially discussed, or a digital entrepreneur or a startup has not read the fine print of the contract, and somehow things can go sour. And the other thing that was also discussed as a challenge was also around quality assurance or the quality of products and services. So lastly, I will go into the things that came out as suggestions or way forward from all the discussions. So there was a very interesting discussion around diaspora engagement. And one school of thought was, why do we want people who are outside of Africa to come and invest for us or invest in us? What about ourselves? How can we also mobilize investments within? So that is something that brought around a lot of discussion as well. But eventually, when we were looking at how we can engage the diaspora, we were looking at creating more events that will showcase or demonstrate what's really happening on the ground here in Tanzania, for that matter. And also creating a digital map, like a one-stop shop of investment opportunities in Tanzania. So whether it's from diaspora or it's from anybody else who wants to come and invest, at least we have a starting point. Another suggestion was around how we can build and attract talent. So with this, we're thinking there needs to be a formalized structure that requires all the big technology companies in the country or digital companies to have apprenticeship programs. So that way we can continue to really build on the talent that we have and attract more talent and also retain talent that is being built. Another suggestion was around creating sandboxes. So we've seen an emergence of a few sandboxes here and there, and mostly in urban areas. But the suggestion is to have more sandboxes across the country, particularly in rural areas. So that way we can foster and continue to create more innovators ecosystems. And then the other suggestions is around creating frameworks, regulatory frameworks that will address different matters. One being the innovation space. For instance, one of the challenges that was addressed was for innovators or for a digital entrepreneur, there isn't a set minimum wage for, if somebody's working as a freelancer, what's the minimum wage? So we need to address such issues. But then mainly it's around the legal issues, the intellectual properties, and then quality assurance, just having a framework around that. And also creating bilateral agreements. So having free movement of people, of products from this Tanzania to outside of Tanzania and vice versa. And the other thing was also just creating the centralized innovation startups database. There was one particular suggestion that I really liked that was talking about creating a hashtag legit innovators. So that way we can start identifying who's really legit, who's doing what in the country. So it makes it easy for everybody else to know and to create those collaborations and partnerships. And lastly, we looked at, so when you're looking at women in particular, we felt that we also need to add more women champions to just showcase them, demonstrate them, so that we can also have more women coming into this space. And that will be it from my side. But before I go, I'd really love for you to hear from everyone who participated today with sending their warmth and love from Tanzania, Dar es Salaam. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And actually, stay on the line with the warmth and love from Tanzania, because we're going to try and get all the 4 spaces on the Zoom at the same time. And if we can get the participants here in Bologna to come up as well, we'll get a picture, hopefully, with all the participants from all 4 events, all 5 events together. And we can get a quick one of our famous family photos here at AfriConEU. Yep. Everyone pull in.
The tall ones will have to squat.
Yep. So we're going to take a picture with everybody in it. So come on up. Yeah.
It's busy.
Okay. Okay. There should be 4. We're waiting on getting Ika back on the line. Trying to connect. Okay, good.
Let's exercise our smile. Practice your smile. Practice your smile.
Should get you.
All right. Okay, we have Outbox on. Fantastic. And Ika. There we go. All right. Fantastic.
Almost.
Nope.
Almost.
We lost. Wait. Yeah, bravo.
2 days.
Finally.
Okay. Thank you. 2 days, 18 speakers, 5 countries, and our biggest challenge was taking the photo. Okay, so thank you very much. People here in Bologna, don't go, because I have one last thing to say. I think you may know what it is. Nicolo, can we go to the last presentation for a second? Okay, and I'm really, really happy to have seen all those presentations from the World Cafes. The conversations were awesome. It's the heart and soul of what we're trying to do are those kinds of connections, those kinds of discussions. So I'm really happy to have had those come together as well as they did. And if I can get the last presentation, then we are set. Okay. This one I really can't do without the slides. So, coming? Okay, cool. So to start off with, I also want to thank all of you. I want to thank all of the speakers who were absolutely amazing yesterday. I want to thank the facilitators for the tables who did such awesome work here. I want to thank all of the tech people that were involved in the process, the photographers, Nicolo, the people even at the reception, youth makers, and all of the teams from the hubs have been doing such a great job on the communication side. Also for the communication side, Alberto and Chiara from our team did really great work on that. I'm sure there are a million people that I'm missing, but yeah, across the board, thank everyone so much. It was really a great event. Really happy about it. So, part one of what I have to say. Please follow us. We have all of our social medias at AfriConEU or the equivalent. Use the hashtag AfriConEU Moments. We're running a campaign right now to try and promote the work that we're doing. Go on our website, subscribe to our newsletter, follow our events. We're going to be doing a whole series of webinars, master classes, and workshops over the next few months. And then we'll be having also the design thinking workshops next summer. We are still working for another year and change. So yeah, follow our work, get involved, participate. We're always looking for more people to be engaged in what we do. Finally, the thing we knew was coming. Please fill out our feedback forms. This is an overall feedback form for the whole event. Again, same story as the last few times I've said it. This is important to the work we do. It's how we know what we're doing is working. So yeah, please fill out the feedback form so that we know how things went. This one's a little longer because it's the whole event, and you should be getting an email through the BetaMatch platform as well with the link and the QR code. So I'll leave you to fill that out. I'll leave this up on the screen. And yeah, Thank you all very much. I think it's been a very successful event. The space here at BIG will remain open. I believe we have it until 6 p.m., though I don't think that's a hard stop. Feel free to hang out, have some coffee, talk to each other, spend some time, and do the networking activity. So thank you all very much, and it's been a great event.